Should probably turn on my mic. I don't know why I keep forgetting to do that. Yeah, so this is Mega Man the Wily Wars, and as you can see, it is a collection of the first 3 Mega Man games remade for Sega Genesis. And the NES version of Mega Man didn't have any music on the title screen, so for this one, they just reused the Mega Man 3 theme. Yeah, it just kind of randomly felt like pulling this game out and playing it on an actual console. Like, for those that don't know, this was a Sega Channel exclusive in America. Oh god, that slowdown. Like, it didn't get a cartridge release here. You could only play it on Sega's cable subscription service, which I actually had back in the day. And I played this a fair bit whenever it was available. But other than that, the American version of this game basically hadn't been seen again until the Genesis Mini came out. And I picked up a Genesis Mini and played this on that. But I just wanted to see how it runs on an actual console. I remember playing the European ROM of this on emulators back in the day, because that was like the easiest way to find it. And it just had like, that particular version of the game just had like a lot of performance issues. And when I played it on the American version on the Genesis Mini, it was a lot better. So I want to see if they actually changed something in the ROM, or if the performance on the mini console is better than on original hardware. Probably one of maybe a dozen American kids who actually played the Genesis versions of these games more than the NES versions, like back in the day. Because the NES games were, like the NES Mega Man games were games that I liked a lot, but they were also some of the few games that were easy enough to beat on a single rental, so I just never bought them or asked for them for my birthday. Because when you can only get like 1 or 2 games a year, like you don't typically ask for games that you can fully complete in just like a weekend rental. So I played like Mega Man 2 and 3 a decent amount on the NES, like maybe I'd rented them once or twice a piece, but then like never played them again. And then when Wily Wars came out on Sega Channel, which I actually had, I'd play them a bit more there just because they would be available for a full month instead of just renting them for a weekend. I don't feel like waiting for this guy. Are you supposed to be able to like bait Sniper Joe into like dropping his shield? So a really unique thing for Mega Man 1 is having enemies in that boss hallway. Or even just having to fall through the hallway vertically. Okay, that's kind of cheap. Oh god. So does he like lock on to where I'm walking? I'm guessing I need to bait him into a position that I can actually avoid. Mega Man's one of those games where you don't really have to learn the bosses that well for the most part, because you can just use whatever weapon is strong against them. It's definitely a game that's possible to brute force. Of course I say that and watch me lose on Bomb Man. Come on. Ah. Really, the only reason I say that Mega Man games were easy for NES games is because they had infinite continues, which was not a luxury that you got on every game back then. Sega Man. Hey, let me know in chat if the audio is okay. That's always one thing that I can't really check that well on my end. I'm pretty sure I remember the boss order for this game. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I remember most of the boss weaknesses for Mega Man 1 and 2, but 3, I always forget everything just because there are so many bosses in that game. Oh god. Huh. I think I'm going to do some old school save scumming, because I only have 0 lives, so let's get that refreshed. Oh wow, I had more than I thought. Did I pick up an extra in Bomb Man stage? I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah, they even kept the score counter from the NES version, even though it does nothing. It's the Mega Man 2 password music. I don't think the continue screen in Mega Man 1 had password music originally. Oh god, I'm doing great. Yeah, let's not wait on that. Didn't take that long. There we go. That moving platform area is one of those sections of the game that's a lot easier with the magnet beam, but I think you need Gutsman's weapon to get the magnet beam. One difference in this game that I've noticed from the NES versions is that you can't rapid fire the Buster like quite as fast as you can in the NES version. You know, at long distance it doesn't really matter because you can still only have a maximum of 3 shots anyway. But in close range, you can't kill enemies as fast as you could in the NES version. It's actually kind of a benefit to be able to farm enemies in these boss hallways, because if you get here on low health, you could just farm health items. One of the most awkward weapons to use in Mega Man is the Hyper Bomb. Just because the fuse is so long. And 3 hits. Yeah, once you get a couple stages done in any of the Mega Man games, like it starts to become smooth sailing. just because you don't have the buster and nothing else. Yeah, I think Cut Man is the next one. Kind of neutral overall on the changes they made to the Genesis version compared to the NES version. Like, I don't have a strong preference for one or the other, but I do think Mega Man 1 in particular benefits a lot from the visual overhaul, just because the NES version of the game was pretty sparse visually. Like, I remember the background of this stage specifically being way plainer. So I think they did a pretty good job with this. By the time you get to Mega Man 3, though, like, the changes are a lot more slight. I'm noticing a fair bit of slowdown as I've been playing through. Like, whenever there's a bunch of enemies on the screen, the game starts to chug a bit. I remember that being a problem when I played the European version on emulators. And like I said before, on the Genesis Mini, playing this version, I recall there not being that much slowdown. So maybe they did optimize the Mini to play this game a little bit better. I need to get to the Yellow Devil to be sure, though, because that boss chugs a ton if you play it on emulators. Oh, really? A lot of waiting. Ugh. Do that. This stage might be the easiest overall. Maybe I should have started with it. It's not even worth trying to fight those guys. Like, you lose a ton of health if they touch you. I do recall that they made this boss slightly harder in this version, because he takes less damage from the buster. Oh, really? Come on, jump at me. Okay. Wow. What? I didn't mean to use the bomb. Ugh. I don't really know this guy's pattern. Like, I don't know if there's a way to force him to jump at will. Ah! Got him. Yeah, I expected the super arm to just throw those blocks straight, not up in an arc. I think Elec Man and Iceman are the hardest bosses to face with the Buster, so you definitely want to save them for later. Come on out. Mega Man 1 repeats a lot of room layouts, like near exact. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get those. Whoops. I don't think I need a full meter for the boss, but you know, it doesn't hurt. I could have just waited and jumped on that platform. I think I'm going to take the right path. I guess it didn't matter. Yeah, you need the super arm for this. I think Elec Man's weapon also destroys those blocks, but that means you need to beat Elec Man first to even get it. Whatever, I'm gonna kill that one anyway. Oops. Those blocks really blend into the wall pretty well. Again, this is one of those rooms that just repeats an earlier room exactly. Does Cutman's power work on this? Oh, shit. Can't rapid fire the cutter. Yeah, this is a hallway where you can't farm. So you can actually destroy these things. Had to check. Oof, that hurts. Oof. Okay, I have one extra life. Stop jumping out of the way. Okay. I take less damage if I touch him compared to taking the Elec beam itself head on. So maybe the strat there is to just damage boost by staying right next to him all the time. It's definitely the hardest stage in the game. Ah. Yeah, ice physics. You just keep sliding. If I recall correctly, they made this stage slightly less of a headache in this version compared to the NES. Because in the NES version, like, you just glitch through some of the moving platforms later in the stage. Sometimes. They're like a total pain in the ass. Let's get rid of this guy. Or... okay, Elec Beam does work on it. If you have no weapon to destroy those things in the water, God, they're just distracting enough to, like, really get in your way. Almost had it. Yeah, it's this nonsense right here. That is just the bane of this stage. Ah! Almost slid right off. They're solid from the bottom. Man, they even put the checkpoint back here. That's mean. Last life. Ah. I'll remember the timing on these eventually. Just continue and replay the stage 2 or 3 more times. Ugh. Only took 2 tries. Gotta make use of that magnet beam. Four hits isn't too bad. Ah! I thought he'd stop coming at the door. it's really hard to weave through his projectiles. So the less time you spend on that boss fight, the better. I always thought it was weird that Fireman is weak to Iceman's power. It feels like it should be the other way around. Those things don't change direction midair, so they're not that hard to avoid. Like, you can use Iceman's power to freeze some of these flames and walk around them safely. But most of them aren't too hard to avoid anyway. Elec Man's weapon is so good. God, that slight freeze when I picked up the item slowed me down. Wasn't really expecting it. Alright, last life. This game really doesn't hand out a lot of 1-ups, does it? No E-tanks either. Let's not rush this. Fire spawned like at the very top of the screen. I'll make it harder on myself if I don't have to. Radius is pretty big on that explosion. Ooh. I want that. Barely. So I'm just gonna kill myself trying to get it. Whoops. Well, he doesn't even do a lot of damage. He'd be a decent boss to pick first, actually. Stage is a little bit harder than Bomb Man's or Cut Man's. But the boss itself is pretty easy. I don't think the NES versions used the Dr. Wily logo until the second game. I think the stage select in the original Mega Man 1 was just portraits of each of the boss's sprites, not artwork like they use in this game. You know it's serious when they start a level with these guys. Ah, shit. I wonder if his jump pattern's predictable at all. Like, I can't really tell when he's going to do the high jump and when he's just going to do a short hop. Ah! Oops, too early on that. Man. I'm jumping the gun. Don't even need it. It's not worth trying to get that. Ah! Guess I was supposed to already have Elec being picked before I jumped, or before I scrolled the screen. I don't need it. I'm gonna conserve my power on that weapon. These guys. God, they're gonna float up next to the spikes, and it'll be a bad time. What do I need? Oh, crap. Oh, this is bad. I'm wasting all of this. Barely. Alright, moment of truth. Ugh. Oh, that slowdown. Oh no. Yeah, they move a lot slower in this version than in the NES version, but they also pack them closer together so there's less room for error. Like, you really have to weave through some tight gaps. Oof. Every time I jump, it slows down. That's bizarre. Ah! Piece of cake. Not really, but to be honest, I've always thought that the difficulty on that boss is a little bit overrated. Just because, like, his pattern is the exact same every time. So, like, once you have a feel for, like, when the low blocks are going to start moving, and, like, when you're going to have to jump, like, you can get into a rhythm on it. I think bosses that are a lot less predictable tend to be harder. Whoa. Okay, that doesn't really do anything. Is he weak against anything except super arm? Because I can't use that here. Come over this way. Let me at least see if this works. Jeez. Please get hit by this. Well, I'm gonna use all of this. Wow, he just stood there. Okay, that doesn't do crap. You weak against your own weapon? Nope. Oh, that's kind of effective. Yeah, that'll do it. Ugh. Do I need the magnet beam again? I'll take it just in case. I don't remember it coming into play in a later stage, but it's been a minute since I played this game. Ah. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Is this the beginning of the stage, or is this after Cut Man? Oh. I think this is the beginning of the stage. Yeah, it definitely is. I got 0 lives, let's continue. Let's refill all those meters. Coming and I still just fell through the hole. Easy. I do like how the Wily stages expect you to basically make a lot of use of your boss weapons at this point. Okay, he's not weak to his power either. Ugh. Barely. Please tell me that this is a checkpoint. Ooh, that's bad. Let's just keep moving. Not even gonna get the power-ups. Here's a use for the magnet beam. If you fall to the left here, do you just die? Like, do you have to take the ladder? Oh, well, there's spikes. Did have to go even further to get to the checkpoint. They didn't put it right after Elec Man. It's kind of mean. Wow, even if you shoot immediately, you still get hit. Not worth it. Is it worth using Elec Beam on this? I think it might be smarter to just stay with the pea shooter. Ugh. Hey, you get too close, dude. Ah. Psh, of course. Oh, and they put a second checkpoint right here, too. Ah. So why put both checkpoints so close to each other? So I think using Buster on this guy is the smart choice because it's easier to avoid his Buster than it is to avoid his Elec Beam. As long as he doesn't get right next to me. Give me some space. I wonder if there's a way you can like force him to jump a certain direction. Like I wonder how randomized this is. I'm kind of just jumping and shooting at random and hoping that like he jumps into some of these bullets. Works well enough. This stage is super short. Whoa, I missed those. Ah, oh, I was already at full health. Where's that first end? Like, why are some of these enemies spawning up at the top of the screen? actually don't even think I need to refill any of this stuff. Because I can just get that item that restores everything in the next stage. It's a long hallway. Alright, the key to this boss is to wait before you use the super arm. Because these first few enemies that it sends at you move a lot slower. So they're easier to, like, maneuver around. Now might be the time. Ah! Ah! 2 and 1. Nice shot. Last stage. Whoa. Doing okay on extra lives. I forgot that those guys spawned right away. Why are there a bunch of Guts Man copies on the ceiling? Like, I think it's meant to imply that Wily is going to mass-produce these robot masters, but that's pretty much the only time I remember it ever being seen. Why does he like Guts Man so much? I don't even think I need that item to, like, refill my meters. I'll take it though. Alright, who's first? For this guy. Oh god, I really should not be getting hit this much already. Because I have to go through 4 of these guys, like with no brakes. If you can get through Elec Man or what Ice Man without taking any damage, it's real nice. Oh god, move forward a little bit. Oh, Jesus! Stop moving. Really? Let me pass! No! Oh god, he's gonna touch me. Oh fuck. I think there's a checkpoint now. I'm cutting it close. I think Fireman is one of the weapons you use on this. I forget if it's the weakness for phase 1 or phase 2, though. Oh yeah, it's definitely that. So yeah, let's just take the hit. Not waste any of our ammo. Got 2 extra lives to play with. We're sitting pretty good. Okay, does my height affect his trajectory at all? Or does he just always shoot based on my horizontal distance? I think this is Elec Man. Oh god. Really can't walk under those at all. I'm not even gonna look at you, Wily. You better grubble. How many times did I have to continue? Like, it wasn't that much. And usually I just did it to restock my lives at the beginning of a stage. Even that text is spaced exactly the same as on the NES version. Like missing white space and everything. Pretty solid conversion. Like I said, I don't have a strong preference between this one or the NES original. But I do like the graphics on this, on Mega Man 1 specifically, for this version. So I think it benefits a lot from the extra background details. I think I'll play through the other games on this collection tomorrow afternoon. Wily Tower is a pretty, like, neat gimmick of a game, and I would like to stream it. God, the whole sprite looks so weird. Like, it looks weird here, it looks weird on the NES. Do we ever see this Mega Man sprite in any other game? Like, completely without a power suit? I lied. I'm gonna go ahead and play Mega Man 2. I'll do half of this game tonight, half of it tomorrow. Oh, so they bring back that look for Mega Man Powered Up? That's interesting. I also think this specific collection on the Genesis was the first time that they used the Japanese-style logos. Because, like, the NES games all have this large block font on the title screen. But this one, it just uses the, like, Japanese Rockman style. Which is what they use for everything now. But I think this was the first time they did it for the Western releases. Jesus, a Mega Man that can't use boss weapons and only has a short-range kick. Like, I don't think the Mega Man games are that hard, but I'm in no rush to, like, handicap myself that badly. Here's one difference for this version right off the bat. There's no difficulty select. You only get difficult mode on Genesis. Like, if I recall correctly, Rockman 2 didn't have difficulty select either, and it was just something that they added for the American version on NES. Then in Wily Wars, I guess they decided easy mode was no longer necessary. Sega definitely was one of those companies that preferred their games to be harder to discourage rentals. There were a lot of interviews you can look up from various producers on different games that said explicitly that they made their Genesis versions harder than their Mega Drive versions at Sega of America's request. Ugh. It's not even worth just trying to take it slow and safely. Just because these things take so many hits. There are some items on the stage that you miss out if you don't have any of the helper items. But Metal Man's weapon is so good, it's just stupid to not play this stage first. Ah! I forgot that those things just drop immediately if you kill the guy on top of them. If I recall correctly, the only difference between the two difficulty modes on NES was that, okay, difficult mode was basically the same as Rockman 2, and then normal mode in that game, all of Mega Man's shots just do twice as much damage. I don't think there was any other difference. I don't remember if enemy damage was different based on difficulty. I noticed that every time the conveyor belt switches directions in this game, it still does that white flash. I feel like if this would be released on a modern Nintendo console, they definitely have that patched out, because they're pretty strict about like seizure risks these days. It's kind of interesting because like this ROM was pulled straight from the Genesis Mini, which apparently means that Sega isn't as concerned with that. I think it flashed on the NES. Might have even done it more, or at least more harshly. You say you're more familiar with the later games on the NES? I think my case was typical with Mega Man back in the day in that I played a fair bit of Mega Man 2 and 3, and like hardly any of the others. Just because Mega Man 1 just kind of flew under the radar for everybody. Like, it didn't get a lot of press. The box art was infamously terrible, so like people just ignored it because they really didn't expect it to be any good. But then by the time Mega Man 2 was like about ready to release, like it was getting a lot of press in places like Nintendo Power, and the handful of people that did play Mega Man 1 like knew it was a really good game and that there was something special to look forward to there. So Mega Man 2 sold really well, and everybody loved it. Same with Mega Man 3. But by the time Mega Man 4 came out, both the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo were on the market. So a lot of people were already ready to move on to the next set of consoles. And also, by the time you get to the 4th game in the series, like, a lot of people have kind of had their fill, and they're not really eager to, like, spend more money on a full-price game that's pretty similar to what they've already got. And so I don't think a whole lot of people played 4, 5, and 6 in comparison to 2 and 3, but not because of any, like, drop in quality, but just because, like, people had their fill of Mega Man. Like, everybody says that, like, Mega Man 2 or Mega Man 3 is their favorite, and it's really just because it's the one that they played. Like, a lot of people say that Mega Man 1 isn't that good compared to the later games, and I don't really agree. Like, I do think it's a little bit more repetitive in stage design than some of the later games, and some of the weapons are definitely kind of whack, but that's true of, like, every Mega Man game on the NES. There's always some kind of joke weapon or two. But, like, they nailed the feel of the game, like, right from the very first attempt. I don't think there's any major flaw in Mega Man 1. I'm just waiting on these guys to show up in the gaps before I jump. We're in the clear. By the time they get to Mega Man 2, they've simplified these boss hallways a lot. No more enemies to farm items from. Sit still, you little jerk. God, what are hitboxes? Yeah, by the time you have the boss weaknesses, you can just brute force this crap. You don't have to play careful at all. Yeah, for an early NES game especially, like, Mega Man 1 is really good. I think it released at the tail end of 1987. So, like, still fairly early on, at least as far as America was concerned. I'm one of those people who never really got into any of the other Mega Man series. Like, even Mega Man X I didn't play that much. A big part of that was just because, like, I grew up mostly on Sega consoles, and Mega Man X didn't hit Sega until the Saturn. And so I did play Mega Man X4, but, like, in general, there's two major reasons why I never really clicked with X as much as I clicked with Classic. And the first reason why is because I think Mega Man becomes less interesting if you add a whole lot of abilities onto his base form. Because I feel like the major appeal of Mega Man is like collecting all of the different boss powers and having them add a lot of variety to Mega Man's arsenal. And if you give Mega Man a charge shot and, like, a wall jump and all kinds of other stuff, then you reduce the importance on, like, the series defining gimmick, like, in my opinion. Not that every, like, weapon set in the classic series is well balanced or, like, well thought out, like, all the way through, but, like, that's the general idea. The other reason why I really never clicked with X that much is because I just felt like the games took themselves way too seriously compared to Mega Man Classic. Like, again, like, the only X game I really played was X4. So by the time I got to that cutscene where, like, that infamous cutscene where Zero's, like, crying, "What am I fighting for?" I'm like, I can't take this seriously. This is just too goofy. I think I'm just gonna watch this for a second. Let's watch ahead as much as I can. I know I'm gonna blow this. Yeah, then I rented the N64 version of Mega Man Legends, which I think was just called Mega Man 64. Played it for maybe 4 hours, got bored of circle strafing some bosses, and just never touched the game again. I really didn't expect oh my god, I already missed this. I really didn't expect Mega Man Legends to be one of those games to, like, develop a cult following, which is, you know, something that I found out years later. Just because that game specifically felt like another example in a long list of, like, old 2D mascots that made really awkward transitions into 3D. So I just wrote it off right away. But apparently those games, like, have their fair bit of fans, which is cool. Of course I mistimed it. I'm thinking maybe electing to go in a strict boss order for this game was not the move. Like, Heat Man, he's weak to Bubble Man's power, so let's play Heat Man next. I used to be good at this block pattern. Just because in Mega Man 9, they reused this segment, like, exactly for the Endless stage. And I didn't always want to waste my Rush Jet on it. Not gonna do it. Control block that appeared right above my head. Oh god. Does Bubble do anything to you? Is Bubble ever useful? Whatever, just damage boost. That clutch slowdown. It's like I'm in bullet time, man. Yeah, like the NES games, they flickered a lot whenever you had too much stuff on the screen, but they didn't really slow down. This version of the games, like whenever they have too many sprites on screen, instead of just having them flicker, like the game just crawls to it. Just like stop at some points. I'm catching up on chat right now. Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I'm not that impressed with Capcom's work on the Genesis. It always felt like they had their B teams working on Genesis games when you compare them against like other Japanese developers like Konami, who I think did some of their best work in the 16-bit console generation on the Genesis. This is a fine conversion. Like, I don't have any major issues with it. But it definitely doesn't feel optimized. I think Street Fighter 2 on Genesis in particular is like a travesty. Because, like, the original arcade versions of Street Fighter 2, they use a sound chip that is almost the exact same as the Sega Genesis. Like, it might be slightly more advanced, but it's the same manufacturer, same basic product family. Like, it's an FF synthesizer from Yamaha. And there's a beta version of Street Fighter 2 for the Sega Genesis out there, where the music is, like, almost exactly the same as the arcade. Well, then you play the retail version that Capcom actually released, and it just sounds awful. And that shouldn't happen when the hardware is that similar. Like, I think the arcade version of Street Fighter 2 even used a similar processor, like Motorola 68K CPU and then a Yamaha sound chip. And, like, the Genesis, like, uses really similar hardware on both of those factors. But... oh wow, did this freeze? This isn't a stream issue. I'm seeing the same thing that you are. Wow, that's incredible. Well, let's see if the save function works. Okay. That's a first. Alright, not a lot of progress lost. Let's try that again. What's the story with the two different versions of Genesis Street Fighter 2? I think originally Capcom outsourced the game to some other development studio, and for whatever reason they weren't happy with the progress that was being made on it, so they just took it in-house and basically redid it from scratch. And like, I'm not sure what they were unsatisfied with, because I don't remember there being like a huge quality difference overall between like the beta versions and the retail version. But one change I did notice that they made, like, alright, so the NES, the SNES, and the Master System all basically ran at the same visual resolution, like 256 pixels wide. And the Genesis supported that resolution, but its main mode runs in 320 pixels wide. So there's, like, Genesis games run at a slightly higher resolution than SNES games typically. But so, like, not a whole lot of Genesis games use the 256 mode, because, you know, if you're making a game for Genesis, why wouldn't you just use the full screen resolution? But Street Fighter 2 is one of those games that does use 256 mode, and it was strictly so that Capcom could reuse a lot of their sprite work from the SNES ports that they were working on. So, like, it makes sense why they'd want to do that, just because, you know, it takes a lot of time and money. Wow. I can't get past this stage. I've definitely played through this game before, and I've not run into this issue. So I'm wondering if there's a problem with the flash cart. I don't know, maybe I need to, like, clean the contacts on my console. It's very strange that it would happen twice on this exact same spot. I think I'll give this one more shot. If this happens again, I might just call it a night. 1 second. If that happens again, I really don't know what to do. kind of feel maybe I should give this game another shot on an emulator on the PC to see if the same thing happens. 'Cause if so, it's got to be a bad dump of the game. Can you change the stars to birds? I actually don't know what you're talking about. Just mash until it works. Right. Okay, what did I do different? I'm just paranoid that I'm going to trigger another freeze. At least this version of the game has like a legitimate save function, and you don't have to punch in a password every time. Oh wow, you can't even save it for the boss? Waste your charge on a screen transition. Whoa! Use it if you get hit too. Why did... I don't understand why it's just stopping. Whatever. Might have to damage boost a little bit. Oh god, let me through. I'm not gonna risk it. I don't have to play this with Buster only. That slowdown actually does help a lot sometimes. It's crazy. Didn't even need the E-Tank. Whatever. Peace of mind is worth it. Hold A and B at the boss select screen, and the stars turn into birds when it shows the boss. I'll try it. So A and B on the NES would be B and C on this controller. Alright. I really hope that that freeze doesn't happen, like, late in Wily's castle. Now, I'm holding the jump and shoot buttons, and I don't see anything different on the boss screen. I'll try a different combination next time. Yeah. I don't feel like waiting. Oh god. Oh, the slowdown. Yeah, for the record, I think I've mentioned this a couple of times on the stream, but if you play this game on the Genesis Mini, it actually doesn't have near as much slowdown. That's like half the reason I wanted to play this on Genesis was to confirm for sure if that was a specific change they made on the Mini or not. Because like I said, when I started Mega Man 1, I played this game a little bit back on the Sega channel, and then since it didn't have a cartridge release, whenever I wanted to play it again, I just grabbed the European ROM and played that in emulators, and it had a lot of slowdown issues, so I was wondering if that was specific to the European version, and if the American version just performed better, or if they specifically optimize the emulator on the Genesis Mini to just run it better, and it looks like that's what they did. Oh god. Let me through. Did those birds fly in front of the clouds on NES, or did the clouds camouflage them? This boss. Wow, was I not even using up my weapon power? Why do I still have a full meter? Okay, so you actually have to shoot it forward to waste your energy. God, the tornadoes eat up the hitbox. I also like the art style in this collection overall. Like I said before, I think Mega Man 1 benefits the most, just because they added a whole lot more detail in general compared to the NES version. Whereas Mega Man 3, it's kind of the same. There's a few oddities, like Mega Man sprite is slightly taller in this version, because they redrew the face. I don't think they changed the hitbox at all, so it doesn't play any different in that regard, but sometimes he looks kind of weird when he's put right next to a Robot Master, because all of them, they are the same size as they were on the NES. So Mega Man looks a little bit taller in comparison. It's really noticeable if you put him right next to Proto Man, because Proto Man also wasn't really redrawn in this game. So whereas they were the exact same size in NES, it's kind of a mismatch in this version. Just a real small change overall, though. So like, I think this background's pretty nice. A little bit of parallax clouds going on. I also think the music in these versions of the games was pretty good overall. I think they did a good job on the conversions. I think some of the songs in this version are a bit less punchy, but the quality overall is pretty nice. Oh yeah, I forgot to try that boss intro screen again. I'll remember to do that next time. Just the freezes threw me off. You think the same team that worked on this later went on to do X3? I would love to know who worked on this for certain, because this game does not have credits. They include the original NES credits for each of the 3 individual games, but the extra Wily Tower game has no credits in it. So, like, there's really... Not only do you not get real names to look up, you don't even get pen names like that they use on the NES. So, like, it's a complete mystery to me as to who specifically was responsible for this game. This is definitely one of the stages that benefits from having the special items. Even though this guy's weak to air shooter, he's one of the few bosses I'm pretty confident in just beating with the Buster. Because he's 100% reactive. Every time you shoot at him, he jumps and does a counter shot. So if you just lead him on and force him to jump into your shots, like, you're not at a very high risk of ever taking damage. Whoops. Screwed that up somehow. Alright. Getting too lucky now. I don't know why Crash Man is one. Ah, crap! I forgot to do that. Okay, don't let me forget to mash buttons on the last Robot Master when I select him. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't remember why Crash Man is one boss in particular whose pattern I just remembered when I just brute force all the others. Oh, come on. Yeah, let's go up there. Oh, this stage has ice physics. I think someone in chat asked why I didn't do Flashman stage first. Why would I, when having these extra items, like, lets me take all of these alternate paths? why would I subject myself to that? Which path was the correct one? Why even risk it? Even though I think this boss's like official weakness is actually the crash bomb, which is one reason to not use them to blow up all those walls. I'm pretty sure Metal Blade works just as well against him. Easy. Yes, thanks for the reminder. I think I'll hold all 3 face buttons and the start button. Last time I just tried B plus C. I should probably update stream so that the game listed is actually Mega Man 2. I forgot to change that. Alright, well that's fixed. Alright, A, B, C, and start. Nope. No graphic change. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. Mega Man 2 on NES was one of those games where, like, I watched an older neighbor of mine play it a lot before I gave it a try. So it was one of those games where, like, I already knew the solutions to stuff like this before I even tried it once. So, like, there's never been a point in my life where I had to, like, trial and error my way through this. Easy. I don't know what's going on in chat, but I'm not going to have any of that. Oh, come on. Twitch interface is giving me problems. Alright. I think he's also weak to Crash Bomber. So let me pull that out. Come on, jump over here. Making decent time, even with those 2 restarts. God, if this game freezes in Wily's castle, that would really suck. They should have come up with, like, a Wily Castle map for Mega Man 1 in this version. That's one staple of the series that they just hadn't made yet for that game. Like, I think this song in particular on this version is one of the tracks where, like I said before, the instrumentation's fine, but it just feels less punchy than the NES version. Like, not quite as high energy. It's fine, though. I don't like how you can't change weapons while item 3 is still on screen. And I am doing good on extra lives. Need item 3 anymore, but I'm kind of low. Ah, crap. Well, now I definitely need it. Let's go ahead and refill. Let's just try it. Three E-tanks, and we're doing pretty good. Got it. Whoa! It's kind of glitching out there on the ladder. Here's that awkward auto scroll. Oh god, he's really close. Damage boost. Smash until it works. It's interesting that if you do the bosses in the official order, then the last Robot Master you fight is the first weapon you use in Wily's castle. Guess I'll just take item 3 because it's the one that needs it the most. Let's get rid of one more Whoops, one more of these guys before I don't want to have to jump on item 2 and they get knocked right off of it. Take the second jump. Yeah, this is one thing you only fall for the first time. Like, your instinct is to just take the first ladder that you see, and you miss that E-tank and all of this crap. I'll just max out Quick Man's power. This is so mean, just to lock this much stuff behind this one path. Wait a minute. I've maxed out my E-tanks. Can you even get more than 9 lives? No, you can't. Why are there 2 digits? Yeah, I remembered. Just run through. Damage boost for that. Okay, so you do need item 3 here. Don't need any more health. Huh. Again, one of the reasons why I always felt that classic Mega Man wasn't as hard as people make it out to be, like especially for an NES game, is that like once you figure out the boss weaknesses, like it's not terribly hard to just brute force the game. A lot of times you don't really even need to know the boss patterns and how to dodge them to just outpace them on damage. I do like this version of this song a lot. Like it sounds just slightly more forlorn than the original version. That's gonna need to be maxed out for later. Yeah. Jump up there. That fish has a whole lot more detail on this version than he did in NES. Oh boy. That jump is so tense. This is another section that they repeated in Endless Stage on Mega Man 9. So you had to get good at that particular set piece in order to get any kind of decent score. One hit on those spikes and it's over. Is this the boss already? Oh, there's not a plain black background. Look at that shading. I think a lot of NES games used plain black backgrounds for their like really large boss encounters, just because a lot of the artists utilized the black like as part of the boss artwork, just to spare the use of one extra color. But by the time you get to the 16-bit consoles, that limitation isn't really there, so you don't have to do that anymore. Save that crash bomber now. The boss of this stage is like one of the meanest things in video games ever. I'm sure you remember why, and we'll go over it in detail once we get there. Yeah, so the whole gimmick with this stage being these like invisible like pits, they give you a warning for it in these earlier sections where you can't hurt yourself if you fall into them. And that's kind of your clue to look out for them in these later screens. And it's like the one part of the game where the bubble weapon is actually useful. I don't need E-tanks. Like, I'm skipping multiple E-tanks at this point, and extra lives. Been a while since I've had it run this good. Oh god, it slows down. Yeah, so let's just not use this. Let's not drop off this ladder until we're ready. You don't really want to waste your ammo until you're right next to these enemies, because they just respawn infinitely. Wow. Sniper Joe takes more hits than his robot. What's effective on this guy? I guess that's fine. I have 4 E-tanks, so maybe I'll try to do this in one life. Normally what I do on this boss is I just use my first life to break all the walls, then I farm Crash Bomber ammo, and just play through it on the second life with the walls already broken. Let's try and do it in one shot this time. Ugh. Oh god. I think I have one extra shot to spend on that. Shit. Let's go ahead and use that E-tank. Definitely need to break that one. Oh, it broke the wall too. Oh shit. I fucked up. Wow, you really can't spare any, huh? Whatever. I thought you had one shot to spare on this boss. Whatever, it's fine. Time to farm. Oh god, do not drop off the ladder. Come over this way, please. Oops. Oh, I need to, like... How am I supposed to do this? There we go. Ah. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm hitting the A button. If the weapon energy just falls on top of me, it's not going to help. It's just going to refill my leaf shield. They need to be coming from the right so that I can actually collect it. Stop moving so agonizingly slow. Every little bit helps. Oh shit, I shouldn't be mowing through multiples like that. Switch to the pea shooter. This is why I wanted to do it in one life. Farming sucks. I wish I had a better feel for exactly how much ammo I need. I'll take that. I think it'd be faster to farm weapon energy from Sniper Joe, but I'm more likely to just die trying to do that. Might still be faster to do that, die, and just repeat this section without farming. Thanks for tuning into this riveting Mega Man 2 gameplay. Don't worry, we only have like 5 more minutes of this. Stop giving me weapon energy where I can't reach it. I can't collect any more extra lives. I'm maxed out. Please. Ugh. Even if they just gave me a small one every time, it'd be fine. Okay, can I actually jump and reach that? Yes. As long as I don't massively fuck it up on the boss, we're fine. I'd have to try really hard to miss 3 shots, though. Whoops. Missed that one somehow. I think I wasted all of my air shooter my first time through this hallway. Why does air shooter take so much ammo? Metal blade take nothing. Ugh. Let's get this over with. God, it's really hard to dodge when like 5 of these are shooting at you. I'm not even gonna wait. I have 4 of these, I'm not gonna risk it. Ugh. Never a pleasant stage. This is also a really easy pattern. I think the ideal choice would be to play a hard boss first, so that the health pickups are actually worthwhile. Man. Why is it... God, stop giving me crap here, man. I don't understand why the leaf shield was getting eaten up by the tornadoes when they didn't even seem like they were close. I do not understand these hitboxes. Usually not a hard boss when you don't waste your Heat Man ammo. Oof. I shouldn't be wasting that much ammo either. Like, they have invincibility after each hit, so a lot of those shots just did nothing. consider Wily Stage 4 to be the low point of the whole series. Yeah, that's fair. Like, again, it is one of the meanest things I've ever seen in a video game. I'm out. Ah! Even though I wasted all my air shooter. Oh, crap. I should be able to get through this fight without too much trouble. Just take a minute. Ugh. Gotta figure out my angles on this guy. Time for the meme fight. Okay, this is Flash Man. Stop jumping out of the way. Did you never use your time stopper on me? Like, on this fight or the first one? It's like Flashman took pity on me. This guy seems like he's shooting a lot slower than he normally does. Also, this pattern is different. I swear on the NES version, all you do is just jump over everything he shoots at you. But from long range, he's not shooting at the same arc that he would be on the NES. Shit. Time to use him. What else is he weak against? Nope. Does this do anything? It's not worth it. Yeah, I do think crash bombs are the most effective weapon against his second form, but I'm low on ammo for everything at this point. Whew. I always thought this was really cool, that this section of the game had absolutely no music. Like, that stands out a lot in a game that's really, like, well known for its music. Bro, that transformation's a lot faster. Oh my god, he's an alien. The secret is revealed. slowdown. Oh my god, the slowdown's throwing me off. Okay, I don't have a feel on his timing yet. Ugh. Whoops. God, his shots kind of blend in with the stars. I think this is the start of them, like, making the joke weapon of the game, like, effective on the final boss. Because that's something they've gone back to before. Like, Top Man in Mega Man 3 and Plug Ball in Mega Man 9 are two that I remember for sure that are effective against Wily's final form, when they're some of the least useful weapons in the game otherwise. I really like this fake out. See, like, this is one of the things I like about the classic series, like that not overstated but ever-present sense of humor. Like, I dig that a lot more than what am I fighting for? Like, the subtitle of Rockman 2 in Japan, I think, is The Mystery of Dr. Wily. And I guess that's just a reference to that final boss, where they make it look like he's an alien. I also thought this ending was always kind of strange. Like, real somber music when you'd expect something more triumphant. Yeah, for real though, I think now at this point I'm just going to call it a night. Although I do want to finish the other half of this collection tomorrow afternoon at some point. Let's hope I don't run into any more freezing issues. That was really bizarre. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to finish this game. Like, why is he in the countryside, too? Like, from Mega Man 1's ending, you, like, get the impression that he lived, like, on the outskirts of a big city. I do like this a lot. Like, they credit the designers of all the different Robot Masters. Like, if I'm not mistaken, all of the Robot Masters in this game and most of the games to follow were designed by, like, fans. They were all fan submissions, like, either in Famitsu or Nintendo Power. Which is probably why some of the Robot Master designs in the later games get increasingly wacky. Like, again, I'm pretty sure that these are the exact same credits as the NES version. Pen names and all. Where's Fishman? Fishman's got to get a credit. God, that's a lot of special thanks. There he is. The linchpin of the team. Go back to the title screen, save my progress, and hold off Mega Man 3 for tomorrow. Doing alright, how about you? Just trying to keep myself occupied. Yeah, I hear that. Most of my friends are getting around to getting their second vaccine shot now, so in a few weeks' time, I'll finally be out and about again. Like I said on stream yesterday, like this is the one game out of these three that I did not remember the boss order at all. So I actually looked up the weaknesses ahead of time. And I forgot that this game in particular has two separate like boss weakness paths. Like there's a large loop where 5 bosses, like if you follow through all 5 of them, they loop around on their weaknesses, and then there's a smaller loop of 3 bosses that are all weak to each other in like a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. So it does kind of make an optimal route for this game a little bit more complex than the first 2. Most of the sound coming from the left... Let me check that before I go any further, because I actually do see that on the stream meter, now that you mention it. Alright, give me 1 second. The plug actually was loose on the headphone jack. Yeah, the way I have this hooked up right now is that the AV cable from the Genesis is going into like my scaler and then to the TV. But I'm taking audio also directly out of the headphone jack, just so that the stream has stereo. It's not really, it's not worth it if only one of those sound channels is going through now, is it? Yeah, I'm playing the Sega Genesis versions of all 3 of these games. Which, if you didn't know that there were Sega Genesis versions, it's because in America we only got them on Sega Channel, which was Sega's like download subscription service at the time, which I actually had. So I played these versions of the game like back when they were first released. I'm probably one of a handful of American kids who played the Genesis versions more than the NES versions, just because I never owned the NES versions. So I'd only rent them like once or twice. But then when they came around on Sega Channel, I'd have them for a month at a time, so I just played them like a fair bit more. I think I do have a cartridge for Mega Man 3 now. I don't exactly bust it out that often. Watching back the VOD that I played yesterday, and I noticed that all of my controller tapping picks up really loudly on the mic. Not really sure if there's anything I can do about it. These old controllers don't exactly have quiet buttons. For the most part, they translate the gameplay over from the NES versions pretty faithfully in this game. There's a few minor differences. I think there's a couple bosses in the games that take less damage from the Buster in these versions. I know Cut Man is one of them. Also, you notice that Mega Man had this little stutter step, like if you just tap left or right. It's more pronounced in this game because I think he takes a little bit more time to go into a full sprint. Like, you can see him take one stutter step and then go into a sprint, where I don't think he does that in the NES versions. So that can kind of throw off your timing if you're used to how the originals play. I get around it usually by just jumping whenever I move. It's like there's no delay in his speed up when he jumps. Sure what the ideal spacing is for this. Yeah, Sega Channel actually wasn't dial-up, it was through cable. Like, even before broadband internet was a thing, so it wasn't like cable internet, like how we think of it now. It was really kind of its own unique thing. You just plugged in a really large adapter into the Genesis cartridge slot, and you screwed in a coaxial cable to the back of it. You boot up the Genesis, load up a menu, and whatever games were available for that month, you just picked one of them out of the list to download and play. And I really think Wily Wars was a poor choice for Sega Channel, just because like, Wily Wars, the Genesis game, used a save function that was completely unique to it. Like, it didn't use a battery backup, and I think it used SRAM, and it was a little bit different than any other game that used SRAM. So you couldn't save your progress if you played the game on Sega Channel. Which means if you actually wanted to unlock the extra game that they'd made originally for the collection, you'd have to beat Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 all in one sitting. And I don't think I ever did that back then. It was a common issue for a lot of Genesis emulators, too. For many years, like, they could run Wily Wars, but you couldn't save your progress. It was the same case with a lot of early flash carts. They wouldn't run this game. I don't know if it was just that much harder to implement, or if just nobody ever really felt like putting through the effort just for one game that, you know, was more popular on the NES anyway. Mega Man 3 is definitely the game in the series where the boss designs start to get a little bit more, like, esoteric. Like I noticed in chat earlier, you said that the stages don't really resemble, like, the boss's themes as much as they do in the first two games. Oh man, the Magnet Man power would come in handy on this section. It's like I have no way to, like, shoot up without it. Ugh. This would be a lot less of a headache if these guys only took one shot. It's one section where I definitely wouldn't mind having a charge buster. In general, one of the reasons I'm not crazy about Mega Man 4, 5, and 6 on NES specifically is that the sound effect for the charge buster is so annoying. Like, it frequently cuts out the music channels. How do I not even end up using... What? Did you guys see my weapon meter there? It was full, the boss died, there was a second or two pause, and then I ran out of weapon energy. I'm not sure what was going on there. I think Needle Man is next. Yeah, I do remember weapon usage for top spin in particular being kind of janky on NES. Like, sometimes it would just drain all the way instantly, and I never really could get a handle on why. Shadow Blade is basically a nerfed Metal Blade. It's the same 8-way control, but it uses up a little bit more ammo, and it doesn't go quite as far. Which, you know, I'm okay with. Metal Blade was definitely too good in a lot of respects. It's like one of the main draws of the Mega Man games are like all of the different weapons that you collect from the bosses, and it's kind of hard for the entire weapon arsenal to shine if one of them is just that much better than the rest. That's a major reason why, like, Mega Man 9 and Mega Man 11, like, are among my favorite games of the whole franchise. Because I think those two games specifically really nailed the weapon arsenal. Most of the weapons are useful, but not many of them are, like, super overpowered. They did a really good job of balancing those two games specifically. Oh my god, I almost fell straight off. Come on, shoot. Shoot diagonally. Can I not? Wow, you can't shoot down diagonally with this? It's not 8-way? Oh, wait. Mega Man sprite is drawn a little bit taller in this game than it is on NES, but they didn't extend the hurt box any higher, so sometimes shots can graze the top of his head and they won't actually hurt you. Not worth it. If you run into enemies those big, or that big, they'll usually do a lot more damage to you than it's worth just trying to risk fighting them. Oh, come on. I don't know if I can brute force this. Might actually have to dodge his shots. Ugh. Oof. Got him. I don't remember Sparkman's weapon being particularly bad in this game. It's been a while since I've played it. And a lot of the enemies were just invincible to it. Maybe I'm getting it confused with Needle Man's. I keep forgetting that I have a slide now. I need to use it more. Fine. Oh, those guys respawn fast. Barely have to go off screen. I guess these guys are the equivalent of the Sniper Joe enemies in Mega Man 3. You know, they look a lot different than the types that were used in the first two games. Same basic face shield design, and like the long period you have to wait before they even give you an opening. I'm not even gonna fight him. It's not worth it. Come on, Rush. What a haul. Oh, I already have Rush Marine and Rush Jet. So I guess this is a good order to take the stages in. I don't want to use up too much Needle, because I do think the boss is weak to that. You still can't shoot this straight up when you're on the ladder, so that's useful. Why risk it? I know it's a point of pride for a lot of players to like beat the 8 Robot Master stages without with Buster only. I'm like, I guess I can respect that, but it's like, why make the game? Why, ignore the main draw of the game? Like, those extra powers that you get are what makes the game cool. Ugh. Wow, do the little snakes just eat up my shots? There again is that slowdown that you get on the Genesis versions. Whenever there's just one too many sprites on screen, the game just starts chugging. If you find a Genesis Mini for cheap and you're interested in this game, I'd recommend picking up that mini console. Because they actually did optimize their emulator to like get rid of a lot of the slowdown in this game. It's part of the reason I wanted to play this weekend, was to see if that was a change specific to the Genesis Mini or not. Because I'm playing this on an original Genesis. Yeah, I can't remember if Mega Man 3 had a lot of slowdown on the NES, but I know for Mega Man 1 and 2 specifically, they didn't really slow down that much like they do in this game. They just... The sprites just flickered a bunch. I think Gemini Man is next. Yeah. Ugh. Not really sure how you're supposed to anticipate those enemies quite yet. It's interesting how this level kind of looks like an ice level. There's no ice physics. No, I'm not complaining. I think I mentioned this before, but like you can really tell the difference in how like Mega Man sprite was redrawn in this game compared to the NES versions, like how they made him taller and everything, because they did not do the same thing to Proto Man, and so Proto Man actually looks smaller than Mega Man in this game by a fair bit. Okay, it's not worth using this. Oh crap. There we go. Maybe use Rush Coil at least once here. Got it. Do I need that for anything? I don't know why I'm doing this much effort for this one mystery tank when it could literally be something completely worthless. Whoops. I do like those items you can get in modern Mega Man games that automatically give you, like, refill the weapon energy that you need the most, instead of having to constantly swap weapons just to recharge. If you need extra lives, like, these sections of this stage are pretty useful for farming. Like you can just exit and re-enter constantly until you have enough. Whoop. Jump the gun. Need to hit his face. Maybe Shadow Blade isn't great for those guys. You might want to pick something with longer range, so you don't have to stand right next to him. Get more time to react. Whoops. Everybody's favorite Rush power-up, Rush Marine. It's kind Kind of a death trap jumping out of the water with this thing. I almost like dropped right back into the water and died. Ooh. Took a lot of damage there. Already 9 lives. Wow, sliding isn't enough. Feeling like I might just want to take the hit. Oh god. There's like no place for me to land. Okay, so he only counter shot, like shoots a counter whenever I shoot at him. This is what sucks about Snake Man's power, is that if you miss a shot, it just wanders around and lingers on the screen for way too long. Yeah, he definitely seems like a completely reactive boss. I don't want to wait until these things are moving left before you try to jump through them. Whoops. Time your jumps carefully so you don't explode on the ceiling. I don't even need it. Just wait and get rid of these guys before you jump. Don't make it harder on yourself by rushing this. Huh. Items don't even drop onto these things. I think I used Gemini laser on this guy. No Shadow Blade. recall, like the ideal strategy is just to take the small shots on purpose so that you can damage boost through the large shots. I think those did more damage anyway. It's weird how the background on the stage select screen has like the NES style logo, but the title screens have the Famicom style logos. Whoa! I feel like the ground on this stage looks really weird. Like, I think those are supposed to be wires or something, but they kind of look like muscles. Why does Proto Man only shoot in the air? Ah. Really can't rapid fire that fast in this game. Whoops. Not even gonna bother. Do I need any weapon energy? Not really. Spark or Shadow Blade ought to work on this guy. Whoa! Oh wow, I can't hit him. If I recall correctly, the story for this game was supposed to be that Wily had said that he had reformed his ways, and he collaborated with Dr. Light to build some giant peacekeeping robot called Gamma that they're working on. So I don't recall exactly what the alleged story was supposed to be, why these 8 robot masters were going amok then. Like what the alibi was supposed to be. Ah, shot just a second too early. Not the bees. straight around this guy. I think those guys only drop on you if you get too close. Don't need health. Wow, those guys shoot fast. I was trying to anticipate it, and I still got sniped. Ugh. Okay. This fight's slightly more complicated when there's a change in terrain. But only slightly. I feel like in general, Mega Man 3 has a lot less waiting around than the first two games did. Like, I feel like I'm constantly on the move in every stage in this game compared to some of the set pieces in the previous games. How do you freeze me when I'm in midair? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, did the magnets lock on to his fists? Well, they don't even do the... There's like graphical effects on this stage select screen on the NES version that I don't think they copied over on this one. Like the other four stages are supposed to like bust it up. Whoa, what the hell was that? Why did I move so fast? It's like the ceiling caught me and just slid me along. Oh, that's a weird looking clip. Ah! You know what? We're not even gonna risk it. All of a sudden, the stage feels way jankier than normal, so I'm not going to expose myself to any danger if I don't have to. think this is Metal Man. See if Hard Knuckle works. It's either Hard Knuckle or Magnet. Oh wait, that's gonna be impossible to hit. Wow, the magnet locks onto their projectiles. That's kind of weird. This is Wily's Cache of Flashbacks. Can't really wait too long here, else your path gets blocked. Alright, what next? Okay, so Snake or Gemini? Oh, both of those sound like a pain in the ass to use. Yeah, see, here's why. Once this thing starts bouncing around, you just have to wait before you can fire again. It doesn't even do that much damage. Really? Snake any better? Ah! Shit. Yeah, Snake is a little bit more useful. Seven lives, 4 E-tanks. This is a major reason why I can never remember the boss weaknesses in this game. It's because there are just too many bosses. Like, imagine if this was, like, a common thing, like having to refight an entire set of previous 8 Robot Masters, in addition to the normal 8. Yeah, the Dock Robots are so big, too. Which makes jumping around them a lot harder than it is for normal Robot Masters. Or at least that's how it feels. Oh, this is the infamous stage, isn't it? The one where if you waste your rust jet, you basically have to purposely lose all your lives and start over. Why am I not waiting? Damn it! Okay, I'm getting way too impatient. Keep Rush Coil out. Is there a faster way to kill this guy? I guess not. I didn't mean to pick Spark, I meant to pick Shadow. Yeah, that extra life up there in the corner, that's trying to get you to waste your rush jet. It's a real mean move. and I'm gonna fall for it anyway. Ugh. I'll take that health. It's opportune drop. Airman, so it's spark or magnet. I don't really like how the magnet controls in this game, so I'm gonna try spark. Oh, come on. Ah! Good enough. Well, I'm gonna save that in case I need it later. Damn it. I'm at risk of dying more than anything else right now. Almost thought I lost rush there for a second. I'm gonna wait for that. Alright, well, let's hope I don't have to repeat this section. I am not going to risk this. If I take any more damage, I'm even going to use an E-tank. You actually can see part of these giant Mets the first time through the stage. They're like concealed in a cage or something. Oops. Oh, you can't even stand right next to it. Why does this stage in particular have multiple mini-bosses? Like, why'd they save all their jerk moves for this one? Crash Man. Hard Knuckle? Oh god, how am I supposed to time this? I really don't... Okay, that's just too hard. What other weapon? Top spin's supposed to work. These are really awkward weapons to use on this boss specifically. I've got 5 of these tanks. Might as well use one. Don't really need to, since apparently I'm still not using up any ammo somehow. How does top spin work? I don't understand. colors on these flames different than they were the first time through? I remember there being, like, them being purple. Whoops. Stop dodging through the floor. How did that not hit? I don't care what's in that. I'm good on lives and E-tanks. Not terribly concerned. Ah! Almost got around him. Who's up first? Looks like a Flashman. Needle or Gemini? Ugh. So we finally decided to freeze time. Flashman feels a lot more generous in Wily Wars than he did on NES. Oh, now this is mean. Like, if you die and restart here without rush coiled, is it like a soft lock? Or is the checkpoint later? Well, those things just keep coming, huh? Did they ever bring back Rush Marine in a later game? Because it feels like it has really limited use. Who haven't I beat yet? I think Spark or Bubble. Or not Spark or Bubble, but Spark or... What's his other weakness? I don't remember. Oh, I guess it's Shadow. I thought I was using Spark. Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember there being, like, a drill power-up for Rush in Marvel vs. Capcom, but I don't recall that being in a Mega Man game. I think Mega Man's implementation in the Marvel vs. Capcom series left a lot to be desired. don't really think his moveset in those games are very representative of what you'd expect Mega Man to have. I think Smash Bros. Did a pretty good job with him. This looks like a disaster waiting to happen. I'm not gonna lie, these like repeat stages feel way easier than I remember them being. Although I think a huge part of that is that I'm actually just looking up all the boss weaknesses. How about that bullet time? God, the slowdown really does make Woodman so much easier. Really? You know what? It's not worth it. I'll take more than one hit just trying to get past you anyway. I don't care anymore. Is Hard Man useful here? Not Hard Man, I meant freaking Magnet Man, Jesus. Wow, that was really cheap. Whatever. Supposedly top spin's his major weakness, but that seems like more trouble than it's worth. It's not like this guy's pattern was ever that complicated anyway. I feel like bosses that don't jump at all are a little easier to figure out. Oh yeah, Zero is top tier in every fighting game he's ever in. It's infuriating. Okay, so like, is this supposed to be Proto Man or just a doppelganger? Because his face mask looks different. Like, he looks like a Sniper Joe. I think they correct a spelling error there. I think Wily was misspelled in the original game. Oh no, he was evil all along. What a swerve. If I recall correctly, the Wily stages overall are kind of easy compared to the Dock Robot stages. Like, I remember this section of the game feeling like a victory lap. I'm pretty sure my lives counter is already maxed out, so I don't need to get that. Yep, definitely have maximum number of lives. Actually, might as well make use of Rush Marine in the small handful of sections where it's actually usable. Or not. Wow, really? Don't need that. I guess I'll take the E-Tank. It'll be nice to be able to just brute force all the bosses later. I still just don't understand why the classic Mega Man games on NES have this reputation of being like balls to the wall difficult when I feel like there's an abundance of resources that they just hand to you. Like Mega Man 1's a little bit harder just because you don't get E-Tanks in that game. But even then, just the fact that you have infinite continues and you can eventually brute force figuring out the weaknesses for all the bosses, like that's an incredible crutch that so many other NES action games just do not give you, like, anything similar. Like, there are other action games on NES where you actually really have to learn the boss patterns and you figure out how to dodge all of their attacks because you just can't outpace them on damage. Just, I really feel like the Mega Man series' reputation for being difficult is like revisionist history by, like, Gen Zers who just never grew up with NES games. Yeah, I think I'll take that. What else do I... Wow, I don't really need to refill anything. I think Shadow Blade was best for this. Just so that you can shoot upward. Wow, that's fast. My measuring stick for difficult NES games is still Battletoads, I think. Because that's a game where you get a really limited number of continues, and where you just... it changes things up on you constantly, and you just have to memorize everything to get by. I never have beaten that game. I think the last time I tried, I got soft locked and stuck in a wall somewhere, and I'm just so frustrated I never played the game again. Ah. Keep forgetting that you just can't shoot down with that weapon. Whoops. Misjudged that a little bit. Can't move the screen too much in this section or else they respawn. Let's not overshoot this. Okay. Wow, I don't need all of this stuff. Oh, this thing. I really don't remember his pattern in Mega Man 3 as well as I do in Mega Man 1, though. Do I have enough time to shoot him twice? Oh god, the slowdown. Like, I can't remember what the NES version of this fight was for Mega Man 3, but I do know in Mega Man 1, they made changes to the Yellow Devil fight in this version. Because on NES, he shot across his body parts really quickly, and there was a fair bit of distance between them. But in Wily Wars, they move a whole lot slower, but they're packed closer together, so you don't have as much wiggle room to avoid them. I wonder if they did that just because they couldn't fix the slowdown, so they just had to pack them closer together to even, like, keep some kind of challenge for the boss. Again, like, I'm not going to say the Yellow Devil in Mega Man 1 is that easy, but I never really had that much trouble with him as he's made out to be, just because his pattern's exactly the same every time. So it's like, once you see him move across the screen once, you've seen basically everything that he does, and, like, you just have to get a feel for when you're supposed to jump. I always kind of like this song. Wait, if you start without rush coil, like if you carry over no rush coil from the previous stage, what do you do here? Like, is there some kind of failsafe to prevent that from being a soft lock? Like, I'm interested enough in the answer to that question that I would actually want to, like, experiment with this in an emulator. Yeah, I think it's gonna be worth getting that, because Hard Man's almost empty. More E-tanks. Do those max out at 9 too? That's one way this game is like a little bit easier than Mega Man 2 overall, is that Mega Man 2 at least maxed out at only 4 E-tanks, which is still more than enough in most cases. Okay. I guess I'll take Rush. Why are you even there? Like, he's not guarding any item to pick up, so it's not even worth killing him. Ah, that's cheap. Okay, am I supposed to just... I guess I'm supposed to kill him before he gets close. At this point, I have enough extra lives and E-tanks that I don't even feel like I have to play safe. I really don't need weapon energy. Being kind of disappointed that Mega Man 3 reused some bosses from Mega Man 1 in Wily's Castle. Almost. No, Mega Man 2 definitely lets you carry over E-tanks. I don't know if that's specific to Wily Wars or if it was also on NES. But I remember checking that before I started streaming this game, when I was just testing it out. Interesting that they don't put the checkpoint like right next to the boss room. If I recall correctly, even the password system in Mega Man 2 saved your E-tanks. I don't know if I'm confusing it with this game, but I definitely remember that being a thing in some Mega Man password generator that I've looked up before. most for Shadow Blade. I really don't even need to use that big energy. Oh, I didn't even see the ladder at first. I'm like, wait, am I supposed to wait for the ground to open up? Why do you give me health pickups already? Like, there's barely been a stage up to this point. Wily's Castle really is a victory lap in this game. Sparkman's power, right? No, was it? I remember this being a thing. I think every boss in this game is weak to their own weapon, at least a little bit. Don't even have to remember the weaknesses. Okay, Magnet might be hard to use. Were you weak to Spark? Yeah, that was it. Let me out. Yeah, Hard Knuckle would be too hard to use on this guy. He'd just jump out of the way constantly. I have no idea how I'm supposed to avoid his fist. Oh god, I'm stuck. I'll cut it a little bit close. I did this guy first, so I just used the Buster. It might be easier to use Buster than Topspin. Kind of hard to stay close to him, because he starts revving up that spin and just deflects all your attacks. It's another boss that never jumps. Makes for a really easy pattern. Shadow Blade. I'll just use his weapon. See if it does decent damage. Why is he not shooting? Some of them don't even fight back. Oof. Needle, right? Ah. Got a little bit greedy on that last hit. Alright, what do I need? I know Hard Knuckle is used for at least some of Wily's forms. That's maxed out. I think Spark is also used at least a little bit. Snake I don't think I need. Maybe needles or magnets. I'll just go with the old standby Shadow Blade. Take this if I need magnet. And if I need needle. Wow, I'm completely maxed out. Pretty sure I need Sparkman's power first. Wait for him to get on screen. Yep. And it's Hard Knuckle for this. Rush Jet might make this easier. Oh, Wily, you really didn't bring your A game this time around. Is he supposed to fly off the screen? That's a long drop. So the whole thing here is that Wily steals Gamma and converts him into a war machine. But what use was a giant robot supposed to have for keeping the peace in the first place? That just sounds like a bad idea right from the outset. Because I have max lives, max E-tanks. Okay, why is there a health pick up there at the top? Like, is it even possible to start this stage with less than full health? I don't think I need any of this. Like, I think I'm supposed to wait for him to, like, try to punch me, and then jump on his fist to get up here. But I don't need to do that. Oh boy. The Top Man color scheme looks a lot like the Elec Man scheme. That ending shot looks really similar to Mega Man 1. Yeah, Mega Man 3 is a lot easier to Mega Man 2. Like, the difference is even more stark when you don't have the difficulty select in Mega Man 2. Yeah, they add the backgrounds for most of the bosses, but it seems like for the very final bosses in each game, like they keep it dark. Well, they actually spell it Dr. Light instead of Dr. Wright. Took almost an hour and a half to beat this game, even though I went through it pretty fast. Didn't have to, never had to continue. Didn't lose that many lives. Just those Doc Robot stages really extend the length of this game compared to the first two. I wonder if Doc Robot was supposed to be like Dark Robot, and it just got translated wrong. Because Doc doesn't make any sense for a name. I wonder why the guys in Special Thanks get their actual names listed, but all of the main staff have to use pen names. It's definitely a major thing for a lot of Japanese developers up until the early 90s, is that they often used pen names in credits instead of their real names. Didn't really change until partway through the 16-bit generation. Alright, one more game to go. Well, they just take you right back to Game Select. They don't even make you sit through the title screen again. Yeah, so that's one of the major gimmicks of this game, is that once you beat the first 3 individual games in the collection, you unlock an extra one. It's a really cool gimmick, too, because you get to mix and match the weapon arsenals of the previous 3 games. So it's a really cool concept that I wish they'd, like, revisit now that there's, like, a ton of other Mega Man games to pick from. But when I played through this before, I recall these actual stages being kind of a letdown. Like, it's a really cool concept, but I wasn't that impressed with the actual levels or bosses that they came up with for this. Really unusual robot masters for a classic Mega Man game, too. Alright, I actually have no idea what these bosses are weak to, or what's even that useful in the stages, and I'm not even going to look it up. I'm just going to try to come up with like an all-purpose weapon arsenal that should get me through just about any stage. I think I'm going to pick all of the utility weapons that like break down walls and stuff, just to see if there's any secret passageways that use them. Okay, this is a really small thing, but I do remember this before. Like, Crash Man's weapon in the European version of this game was abbreviated CL instead of CR before. Like Clash Man from Rockman 2. So they actually did change that for the American release. That's a really minor fix. What's the best? Okay, so Metal Man's weapon is the overall most useful. Let's get Elec Man's weapon from Mega Man 1. Let's actually pick a few more from Mega Man 1 of just different elements. I think electricity, ice, and fire are probably going to come in handy at some point. Metal, air, quick, wood, heat. Don't need heat if I have fire, I don't think. Spark, snake, needle, top, Gemini, magnet, shadow. I wonder if bubble would be redundant with ice. Whatever, we'll see. Rush jet's most useful overall. Don't need item 2 if I have rush jet. Item 1's probably more versatile than rush coil. And on the off chance, well, rush main will probably come in handy for the water stage, so I'll save that for later. Just go with the magnet beam. Oh wow, they even like use a more modern weapon select screen. Forgot that. Wow, they start you with 9 lives? Or did that carry over from Mega Man 3? If I recall correctly, the bosses in this game have multiple weaknesses, just so that, you know, you don't screw yourself over by not picking the exact correct weapon to use and bring to the stage. So you get a little bit of options. But I still don't remember exactly what those any of those weaknesses were. I seem to recall Hyper Bomb working pretty well on a lot of bosses, but that's such an awkward weapon to use that I'm not even going to bother wasting a slot on it. This is just so weird in general, is like using a Mega Man 2 weapon on Mega Man 3 enemies. Kind of always want to let the eggs drop on the ground so that you have a lot more enemies to farm from. The Metal Blade just tears through that thing. Oh, they just bounce off of these guys, though. Wow, it's not doing a whole lot. Try hard knuckle. One shot. Speaking of hard knuckle, well, no, that wall looks like it's meant to be destroyed by Crash Bomber. I'm gonna try this and see if it works. No, you have to use Crash Bomber. So yeah, if you don't... Okay, CL. It does abbreviate it as CL on the screen. I recall that being a thing. Now, is this secret even worth it? E-Tank, yeah, I'd say it's worth it. This is a bit less linear in stage design compared to the actual Mega Man 1 through 3. If I have 9 extra lives, I think it's worth exchanging one of those for an E-Tank. Why do these enemies not respawn? What did I do? That's real random. Ugh. See if I have anything that this guy's weak against. Okay, Metal Blade's useless. That twirl might just deflect everything. Can't. Oh yeah. Okay, that doesn't do any damage at all. Ah. Doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. God, I'd like to figure out at least one thing you're weak against before I lose this first life. Oh, that kind of... Yeah, that's decent. Bubble's decent. So yeah, I guess we'll just stick with that. Ah! Oh my god, how are you... Oh, he's really good at deflecting shots. Whatever, spending 1 life to figure out his weakness isn't terrible. Might be a more effective weapon I could use, but it seems like it does the job decent enough. Oh yeah, that's right, this guy gets away. He doesn't blow up. I think I'm gonna save this in a different file. I just want to have like a clean save file for the start of Wily Tower in case I ever want to revisit this later. Having to beat all 3 games to just unlock it, you know, you kind of want a save just for that specific point. Yeah, I think this is a good set. I'll keep it. I feel like you have more time to stand on those platforms before they open up than you did in the NES version of Mega Man 3. I didn't even realize there was a ceiling here. It blends into the background pretty well. Ah! These things have just enough delay to catch you by surprise. Not coming through the roof anymore? There you are. Ugh. Kind of low on health. Wow, he respawned like instantly. He was just off screen enough. There's an opportunity for hard knuckle. Not worth it. I think I'm maxed out. These stages are slightly more interesting than I remember. Oh hey, we got like a Mega Man 1 style drop from the ceiling. Oh, behold the double life bar Robot Master. Oh, Metal Blade works fine. Ah! Oh god, Mets! Oh shit, he does a ton of damage if he steps on you. Oh god. I was cutting it close. This guy has water in his name, so I'm gonna guess that this will be a stage for Rush Marine. Oh hey, it's Green Hill Zone. Though I bet that every stage in this game is possible to beat with any combination of weapons. Like, I doubt they try and, like, screw you over. Whoops. Oh. Oh, nice checkpoint. This is what I brought you for. Don't want to jump into spikes by accident. Does Clash Bomber work on that? Nope. It has to be Hard Knuckle. I'll take that E-Tank. It's a tight gap. Those enemies are really annoying. They come at like the most awkward angle. Do I need a 9th extra life? Ah, fish! Clipped right through the birds. Alright, let's figure out... okay, he's got to be weak to Elec Man's power, right? I mean, that just makes sense. Electricity has to be water. Nope! Ah. Ice? Oh, does that just block everything? Ah. He's got some kind of water shield. I don't know if I agree with that weakness. And the Wily Tower itself looks pretty similar to the Mega Man 3 Wily Castle. Just keep this weapon set. Okay, what actually destroys these enemies? Okay, that works. I feel like obligated to stick with Metal Blade, just because it uses up hardly any ammo at all. It's like the all-purpose buster replacement. Oh god. Doesn't work well on those guys though. Slide comes in handy a lot for those enemies from Mega Man 1. Oh, I do remember one of the gimmicks from Wily's Castle in this game being that Stage 1 uses enemies from Mega Man 1, Stage 2 uses enemies from Mega Man 2, and so on and so forth. They've got to be hiding something good behind these walls, right? 'Cause, you know, you can't get in here with a Crash Bomber. Again, these stages are pretty non-linear for classic Mega Man. Oh, I am not dealing with these guys. Even though they're less glitchy and janky than they are in NES Mega Man 1, it's still not worth exposing yourself to any danger trying to ride them. Ooh, super arm. Is that even worth it? No. I have max health and max extra lives. You need super arm just to get that paltry reward. Let's actually use some of these other items. Whoa, look at that slowdown. The game cannot handle that. Oh, wow. Do I have enough rush jet to get past whatever nonsense this is? Just damage boost through. Oh, I remember this guy. This is by far the worst part of slowdown in the game. Like, this boss is terrible. That does decent damage, but does bubble do more? Oh yeah, it does. Whoa. Easy. I'm guessing this is like most other iterations of Wily's Castle, where your weapon energy carries over from one level to the next. It doesn't automatically refill. Unless I'm mistaken. Do they let you swap out weapons between levels on this castle? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, you can. So do they refill? Yeah, they do. Is a bit more lenient than most of the other classic games in that regard. This level music is really not befitting Wily's Castle at all. Makes me feel like they probably composed multiple stage themes, and they just didn't have enough stages to put them in, so they just used them for different Wily stages. Barely have enough clearance to get past those spikes. I think picking these three weapons for utility was definitely the right move. Watch the reward in that mystery tank be nothing. Ha! That's probably the least significant reward you can get out of one of those tanks. Ah, crap. Oh. Ah! Wow, 3 branching paths. Let's go up. Is this really just for a mystery tank? God, you can't switch out of item 1 until it disappears. This looks like more of a pain in the ass. So we'll go up. Looks like this was the play. Oh wow, it's a dead end. Eh, whatever, I'll take an E-tank. Is this a bottomless pit or is it a pathway? Oh, his shots don't come back down. Try going up again. Ugh. What are these enemies even supposed to be? Like, they're bowling balls with bat wings. I'm gonna guess there's nothing worthwhile through that middle path. Okay, I know these guys are normally weak to Airman's power. Does anything else work on them? I guess Hard Knuckle's okay. Okay, I think this guy can't take damage until he reveals himself like that. Wow, and he really doesn't give you a whole lot of time. Okay, I guess he's not weak to Metal Blade. I wonder if they made the bosses resistant to Metal Blade on purpose, like consistently, because they knew people would just pick it as the most useful weapon overall for the normal enemies. Two more stages. I bet Rush Marine's useless at this point. Probably should have switched it out for another item, but it's not like you need one of the other items if you already have Rush Jet. It kind of fills any purpose that you need a utility item for. Whatever. I'll take that damage. It's a lot easier to use Metal Blade on these guys than Shadow Blade. You just get that much more range. I don't really need this. Oof. Almost thought I couldn't make that jump. Item 1 is coming in handy more often than I expected it to be honest. Hmm. Wow, you can really tear through these guys fast with Metal Blade. Let's see what this is. These always have a chance to be an E-tank, so I feel obligated to go for him. Eh. I guess this is the other path that I could have come from. Probably use that weapon energy to refill my Rush Jet or something. Do I even... No, Rush Jet's maxed out. I'm barely using anything except the Metal Blade. Alright, this, I think, is the rematch with Buster Rod G, which I recall him taking extra damage from Bubble. But let's see if he's more weak against anything else, because I think Bubble would be an awkward weapon to use on this stage. Oh god, it's chugging. Oh yeah, that also does a lot of damage. Well, I'm sure he might have had more tricks up his sleeve, but we weren't going to give him time for that. There's really only one section we've come across so far where you had to use Super Arm to break the wall, and it was for the least rewarding power-up. And like, at least Hard Knuckle and Crash Bomber are kind of useful as normal weapons. They aren't just for breaking walls. Super Arm and Hyper Bomb, they really hadn't had a knack at making good weapons in Mega Man 1 yet. Ah. Come on. Okay, Elec Man's power isn't any better. This is just mean, putting these multiple types of enemies like overlapping. Like, I'm almost dead. So Proto Man decides he wants at least one cameo. Alright, so I guess I'm just going to be spending this first life trying to figure out his weakness. Okay, so that hits him, but it doesn't really do anything. Okay, here come the platforms. Okay, so Elec Man's power is the way to go, but I'm going to save it. Just going to start with a fresh life. Oh god, those things lock onto you. Alright. See, I'll just power through with my E-tanks for this life. How many do I got? 5? That should be plenty. Oh, you just have enough height on your jump to hit him. Wow, it tears through the missile too. Okay. Ugh, the slowdown. I think I need to get up to his face. Let's just abuse Rush Jet. Whoa! Okay, that might not be the best course of action. Okay, Metal Blade doesn't work. Okay, Elec Beam's still good. God, this is a really awkward platform. It would have been nice if they would have made some of the weaker weapons in the original games more effective against the bosses. Wow, I can really just use Elec Beam for all 3 phases? That's kind of a disappointment. Do these things not even hit me? I don't think I took any damage from that. You know, Wily, if you're gonna send me through a rematch of our first 3 encounters, you think you'd have something better to bring to the table against the very same weapon that destroyed you the first go-around. The stages actually were a little bit better than I remembered overall. Oh, did he toss a fake, like, score pellet at me? That's funny. Yeah, you don't even get a staff roll for this game, you just get a curtain call of all of the robot masters. It would have been nice for them to actually add credits. Yeah, so this game and Mega Man 3 combined took a little over 2 hours to play through. It was about 2 hours for the first 2 games. It's still really weird that the game crashed on me twice in Woodman stage. Like, I didn't run into any other issues other than that. All in all, not a bad compilation. I like it a fair bit more than Super Mario All-Stars. Not only because I don't mind the changes in this as much as I minded the changes in All-Stars, but also just The Wily Tower in itself is a novel enough concept to like justify this compilation's existence. Like it's not just the old games, it does bring something a little bit new to the table. I'm probably not going to bother playing Mario All-Stars anytime soon. I am taking a break from just playing through the Mario games because I kind of want to wait until I have some friends to get together for the multiplayer Mario games. But I'm probably going to get back on those fairly soon. I think the next one I still have to play is New Super Mario 2, which I just kind of have put off because I haven't figured out how to get the DLC to work on an emulator. We'll see if I figure that out. Yeah, there were DLC packs for that game. I think they were all for the Coin Rush mode, which, you know, was one of the more novel things about that game. It was one of the few, like, new ideas that it brought to the table that, like, kind of justified its existence. But, like, the only DLC that really matters in that game is the Impossible Pack, because it is one of the hardest stages ever made in a Mario game. So, like, it's noteworthy enough to play and stream. I have not been doing all of Mega Man. I just randomly felt like pulling this game out yesterday. But I think this is where I'm going to stop for the stream. One of my friends wants to get together to stream some Dreamcast games, Virtual On in particular, because I finally went to the trouble of getting a link cable for that. And I have a set of twin sticks, so we're trying to set aside some time for that. We're going to see if we can stream from both consoles simultaneously in LAN play. In any case, thanks for tuning in and chatting. It's always fun. This is where I'm going to stop for the day. See you guys later.